Oh, not yet.
Encountered that day.
Oh, same problem? So you have to hard reboot? Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, very good. Okay. BHU. What's your general topic? Augmented reality. Great. Okay. Okay. Great. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Tripathi. I am from GIAN and I am doing electronics engineering from the Institute of Engineering and Rural Technology. Currently, I am in my first semester.
Okay. Good.
Morning, sir. My name is Tripathi. I am pursuing MBA from SBA Department of MNNIT, Allahabad.
Any specialization?
So in next year.
Okay. Only next.
Looking for marketing and operations.
Okay. Where do we go? There. Back. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. My name is Shanja. I am pursuing PhD from MNNIT Allahabad in GIS and Informatics.
GIS and remote sensing. Okay. Good.
Hello, sir. My name is Shivika. I am pursuing PhD from MNNIT GIS.
Okay. You're also doing GIS. Good.
Sir, my name is Rachna. I am pursuing PhD from MNNIT in remote sensing.
Remote sensing. Okay.
My name is Poonam Pradeshu. I am pursuing PhD in
Okay. Great. Back there.
Good morning, sir. My name is Akansha Shrivastava. I am doing PhD from MNNIT under the supervision of Professor Sahu, and my topic is related to augmented reality.
Sorry. What did you was? What?
Augmented reality application.
Augmented reality. Okay.
Good morning, sir. My name is Shubhi Chamani. I am also pursuing PhD from MNNIT SMS department. I am working under Dr. Rajeev and my thesis topic is how to increase customer engagement in online brand communities.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. I am Vidya Sharma. I am pursuing my PhD from MNNIT Allahabad, and my topic is marketing, basically CSR.
Okay. Yeah.
And I am pursuing my PhD from the MNNIT Allahabad and my topic is the Uber advisory in investment.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. My name is Kamal Gupta and I am pursuing my BTech from Tripathi.
BTech from IIIT in computer science. Okay. All right.
Sir, my name is Nashra Sultana and I am a research scholar under Professor Sahu, sir.
Okay.
And I have just completed my course here and I am exploring my topic for research. And my area of interest is fintech and fintech.
FinTech.
My name is Krishna Nandan Kumar. I am a research scholar at MNNIT Allahabad in the Institute of Professor Srivastava, and my research topic is cardiac assessment using soft
Cardiac assessment.
risk assessment using soft computing.
Okay. All right. Two of you back there.
So I have just started my coursework in MNNIT, School of Management Studies, and I am looking forward to have my research in this area of behavioral finance.
Behavioral finance. Okay. Very good.
Good morning, sir. My name is Rajeev. I am pursuing my PhD from here, and I am also in coursework.
Okay.
My subject area
Human
human resource management.
resource management. Okay. Did we get it up and running? No.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Which one? The screen.
This one.
Okay. All right. So we'll talk about the other two in a bit. Let's start something here. Okay. All right. So hopefully what we are going to talk about today should be of larger interest to almost all of you, not just for the people who are doing BTech computer science or anything related to that. So most of it. Thanks. I will probably not need it today. All right. So why don't we start with this? Especially now we have, at least I know the wide variety of the fields you're coming from fintech to behavioral finance to computer science to remote sensing and whatnot. Tell me, in your understanding, what did you find the most important change or discovery or invention that you think had the maximum impact? I mean, you can go by your own life, or you can go by based on your understanding, study, or whatever you've heard from anyone. What do you think is the most profound change that has happened, in your opinion, that's changing the lives of the people? What do you think? Yeah.
Till now, the biggest thing is ChatGPT for me.
ChatGPT for you?
So I have the access of ChatGPT in my class 9, 10, 11, 12 subjects.
Yeah.
That makes it, it is very easy for me to solve my doubts. Because at that time, the biggest problem for me is to solve my doubts.
So you think that this is a very fundamental change in the way you learn, and if you had access to it 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it would have helped you a lot more. Okay, all right. Anybody else?
Sir, in education, initially when I was in school time, I mostly rely on books, reading out books. But now the era transformed into digital learning mostly. Video lectures are available. Apart from that, LLMs which provides the key summaries, notes, and mostly.
So let me stop you there for a second. So video lectures are available. Do you think it's more of the internet that is the cause, or is it the mobile phone?
Because of technology, it's clubbed.
So see, technology is a very wide term.
So there are two, the whiteboard and the smartboard.
Yeah.
Key difference. What is
So you're saying that anything changes in the technology is this one. Let's try to get a little bit more, because everything is a technology, in the sense, if you think about it, when the wheel was invented several thousand years ago, that was a technology, right? Today nobody would say that the wheel is technology, right? So, I mean, I don't know if any of you have seen, the old bullock carts did not apply the rubber wheels. They had wooden wheels, right? I don't know how many of you have seen this, right? So obviously it was very painful for whatever it is, whether it's a bullock cart or whether it's whatever it is, really hard, right? In my lifetime, I saw the movement from there to Dunlop tires, basically. They used to call it Dunlop. Actually, the name of the vehicle became Dunlop. They were taking the Dunlop, right? So, I don't know whether Dunlop is still there selling tires. No? Dunlop was the name of a company, actually, which used to sell tires. Anyway, so technology, I agree. Technology improves, but what do you think was the most momentous change in technology? Somebody might say wheels, somebody might say internet or mobile phone, smartphone. One technology that you think changed, in your opinion. Some people might say newspaper. Internet connectivity. Okay. All right, from this side. Come on. All right.
Retail and e-commerce.
Sorry?
Retail and e-commerce, personalized shopping experiences,
Okay.
virtual assistants. That made it easy for most of the people to.
True. But those are all use cases, basically, how we are using, but like fundamental change. All right, let me change the question to this side, because you're not. Let's say internet. Has it been good or has it been bad? Good? Nothing bad about internet?
Depends upon the depends upon.
Come on. But there are some drawbacks also, right? Okay. Let's leave out the depends part. What is bad about internet? Yeah.
Physical activities.
Yeah. Has come down. And in your age group, has it?
Physical activities have been stopped and
Okay.
children are become engaged in smartphones.
Only on the phone. Okay. All right. So, and what about the prior thing? Let's say printing press. Now, I don't know. Is anyone reading the books nowadays? The paper books? One hand. Yes? Two? Okay. So what do you think happened when the printing press was introduced? Was it same or similar as internet, or was it different? Yes, no, maybe? Okay, let me just ask a question on one more thing before we go on to it. A couple of you mentioned fintech, right? What is it called? Mobile payment, or UPI, right? That came in here, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? Something like that? Right? Has it been good or bad or not so good or very good? What do you think?
Very good.
Very good? Yeah. That made people undergo digital arrest and pay ransom. So it's been very good for criminals also, right? Right? Do you know anyone who has been kind of, what should be the right word? Has been abused or some kind of fraud committed to them? Would it have been possible if there was no financial technology? Right? So what I'm saying is that anything, when the change happens, there are always good things and there are always not so good things. Right? So what we're going to do today is that we're going to look into social, economic, and political implications. Right? Many of you mentioned about social things, economic things. No one mentioned about political things, but we'll talk a little bit about that as well. So what we're going to focus in the sense that primarily from the perspective of generative AI or ChatGPT, right? So all of you have to tell me one good thing and one not so good thing that you think of that has happened, right? But basically we'll look into three things. Do you guys think that there have been social implications? I think yes, right? If somebody is not doing physical activity, though it's an individual activity that they are doing or not doing, but it has social implications. So let's think about what are the social implications and why are we doing this? Because if you think this has to continue, we need to make sure, we as society need to make sure that the technology is not just used for or misused or used for bad purposes, but used for good purposes. And how does it lead to regulations? That's what part of it is, political change, but we'll look into both of those aspects of it, the process of politics itself and the outcome of that process, right? So what we are going to do in the next maybe, let's say 20 minutes or so, focus on the social implications of generative AI. Can you read it from the back there? It's a smaller screen, right? I don't know, I can't probably make it larger right now, but you guys can read it, right? Okay, all right, fine. So what we're going to do is that we're going to try to attempt three things, and we'll do the same three things for both social, economic, and political impact. We try to define the social impact. What is the social impact? Whether it's positive, whether it's not so positive. Then we'll see that, can we find the historical context? So one of the things, like when you're doing research, and I mentioned it last week also, and maybe I'll divert a little bit. In general, independent of what you are doing, if you are an engineer, if you are at an engineering college, if you are doing computer science, most likely, but even otherwise, what you're doing is you are problem solving. You're taking a problem and you're trying to find the best solution, right? How do you solve a problem that you have never come across? I mean, no different from what we were saying about the large language model, because we wanted to generalize. We wanted to answer the question that it hasn't seen before. How do you do it? When you come across a problem that you've not seen before, how do you solve it? Right. You try to find, do you know anything similar that you may have seen? So one of the approach that we will see is that we look into the historical context of when the older revolutions happened. What was the society's response to it? For good or for bad? And then did they, or were they able to make sure that the technological revolutions are easily adopted by the society at that time? Because that would give us some kind of learning or some lessons as to how we can potentially learn from the history or the past and not repeat the same mistakes, or have the adoption much quicker or much faster, right? And then we will look at it, where does the generative AI fit into all of this? Does that make sense? Okay. Let's go 1 week ago when we were trying to define the generative AI. Let me now put a slightly different definition of how we define the generative AI. A couple of you or some of you might find it interesting, purely from the perspective of social implications. So if you are going to tell someone who deals with society, either as a sociologist or as a marketing person or any of the other kind, how do you really think of a generative AI? So let's look at a slightly different definition, right? So we're saying that it refers to algorithms. I mean, so far I did not use the word algorithms. We did talk about algorithms, about backpropagation or feed-forward, how they are implemented. But at a very high level, for someone who is not necessarily either a computer scientist or a researcher, it's a set of algorithms capable of creating new content. That's what it is doing. Whatever that content may be, text, images, music, based on whatever it has learned. So if you think about a social scientist, how would a social scientist think about it, or consider that what is it that it can do or cannot do, or can create issues about, if this is a technology that can generate the content based on the learned material or learned data sets. So one of the questions that a sociologist will see, that how would individual interact with this information and with the help of this information with each other? Because what does the societies do? Societies let people interact with each other. They interact with each other based on what they think is right or wrong, and what the society think is an acceptable behavior in any interaction. So we're going to see, in the sense that, how is it going to change how individuals interact with it and how individual interacts with each other. So any of you, I mean, a couple of you mentioned, one of you gave the example of whiteboard and a smart board, right? From the generative AI perspective, from ChatGPT perspective, can any of you tell me your mode of operation has changed already, in the sense that something that you used to do in a different way before you came across ChatGPT or something similar, and now you do it differently? I mean, there was an example of the learning earlier was different now. So what is it that you think changed as far as the interaction is concerned around ChatGPT or generative AI? Personal experience, what do you think has changed? Or has anything changed? Yes?
So before I used to write, good English in my applications, emails, and etc.
Okay.
Now what I do is I write a draft myself and ask ChatGPT to use better English words.
Okay.
Just I try to learn how few things could be added and how the email should be written more.
So you're saying that you're able to edit and improvise on whatever you're writing. Has it, so two questions. Has it improved the quality of the work? Has it saved time, or both? Both? Okay. All right. One more person, if anybody wants to share how you think the way you interact the information has changed.
So in a similar way, previously I used to run for the teachers to get the answers or to things my code verified. Now I just move LLM and give a prompt and get the verified answer.
So for your coding problems or for anything else?
Code as well as semester exams.
Okay. So you're trusting that the ChatGPT is telling you every...
Not completely.
Okay. Then how do you know which one to trust?
Like I have friends also.
Okay.
Cross check also.
Okay. All right. So you're using as an aid in education and in learning. Fine. Let me ask the question slightly differently, and I may be jumping a little ahead of myself in terms of the slides, but because you asked the question. Suppose you're receiving an email, right? Now knowing that this person may have used either ChatGPT to improvise or write, how would that change your understanding of whatever you are receiving? If someone is writing you a very emotional letter, now would you be considering it in the same way, knowing that, okay, it's not maybe the sender's emotions reflected here, it's the ChatGPT writing all of this? Does that change how you would receive something and then think about the person who's sending it, right? So that's another area that we need to think about as a social implications of Gen AI. Whatever you think is helping you is also helping someone else. Does that now make your interaction more personal, more interpersonal, more intimate, or it just become mechanized because everything is now written by ChatGPT or some other model, right? All right. The other thing what we are saying is that if you think slightly differently, and I'll come to this question again, what's the purpose of education? Or what's the purpose of, for that matter, any social change? You can think of a purpose at an individual level, and then you can aggregate it also and think of as a society. What's the purpose of education? Or any change? Basically, you're trying to create something good, something new. You want to learn, you want to raise your own standard. And in general, that means that you're raising the standards of the society, right? Many changes will do that. I mean, I would say India has done an incredible job of putting the mobile payments out there because it's being used by everyone. You can use the same UPI, whether you're buying a car or a jewelry or maybe a fruit from a fruit vendor. The same technology is being used by all of them, right? Is there a risk that when you have access to ChatGPT or Gen AI, that you are putting the people who do not have access to this at a greater disadvantage? So you're submitting an application, you're basically revising your essay, for example, if you have to write an essay or a personal statement using ChatGPT. What if there's someone who doesn't have it? Does it put them at a relative disadvantage? Right? So one of the things that as a sociologist we need to think about it, how does it create a difference for a person who does not have access to the same tools? And we can think of that skill or no skill, high quality content or no content. You can think of a lot of different ways, right? So that is another kind of implication that you need to think about it. Not very specific to Gen AI. Some of them might be. So think about it this way. When computers came in, we talked about bank automation yesterday, right? A lot of this thing, internet did not change creative people's skills or creative people's job, right? If someone was a dress designer, they haven't been impacted up until now. They have only got the benefit of it, right? They can share the designs, they can actually create it in a more automated process, they can actually produce it faster, quicker. Now with Gen AI, because its sole job is to create something new, the people with the creative skills are also somewhat at a risk, right? So we need to think about it, where exactly. So what we are going to do, we're going to look into historic context one. I'm trying to pick up 2 or 3 examples from history and then see, let's see if you remember any of those and see how at that change or at that point of our history when those changes were introduced, how did society react to them, right? So what has happened? Clearly, whenever a significant technological change happened, okay, and I mean by significant technological change, it does create or change or affect society structures and also creates change in the individual behavior if you think about it. think about it, like whatever it is. I think the mobile payment is probably one of the, actually I shouldn't say that. I mean, the mobile phone, I would say, or access to the affordable smartphone is probably a huge change that has come into people's life, in India at least, right? Do you agree with the statement here that it alters the societal structure and individual behavior? Can someone tell me that access to a smartphone, has it changed the way the society operates or operated in the last, let's say, 10 years? Right? Like, give me an example. In what way?
In previous days, when there was not as much use of smartphones, people used to take help from others. They were more connected, interconnected in the society, like from their neighbors, from their extended family, first person, second person. But nowadays, people are more relying on the smartphones. Everything is on that smartphone also.
Right. So in a way, if you think about it, and I would say that it's slightly more on the individual behavior, but then I was looking for an answer on societal structure. So I agree with that. Access to more information, easy access to more information, easy sharing also. Right or wrong, good or bad, it's very easy to share the information as well, right? Has it led to a change in societal structure?
So there is change in the culture being observed. People, so the internet people are adopting Western cultures rapidly in India.
Okay. Yeah, but that's a slightly different conversation. I would actually argue that the Indian people are also relearning their own culture because it's easily available through smartphone. It can be easily shared also. So going in both directions. So I'll actually take this, yes, it's happening both ways, but it is in the same kind of category where we're saying is that easily available information, audio, video, text, you can search it, you can read it, you can consume it. So I would say that societally, how people were consuming and sharing the information has significantly changed. Now we are looking at a tool or a technology when how you actually create the information can also change. One of you gave the example that Kejriwal created this historical character, Ambedkar, and created a movie out of it, right? Or a video clip out of it. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. So not only the consumption and sharing was changed earlier, now the creation also is at a cusp of a change. Good and bad, you have to decide. Right? Okay. All right. Each revolution brings both opportunities and challenges. I've been talking about it. You need to figure out. Most of the people would learn about opportunity first. Right? How many businesses have come on or become real? Some of you who are doing fintech this should be of interest to you in the sense, just because people had smartphone and there was an app called WhatsApp. There are people who are running their livelihood just because they have access to a phone and WhatsApp. They may be doing as simple a thing as like whatever, getting a kilogram of sweets from somewhere or any other delivery stuff or whatever the case may be, right?
Network marketing is
Yeah, network marketing is there, but okay. So why I will differentiate is that network marketing was in existence even before smartphones. It just used to be there. So lot of things were there, have now been accelerated. But I'm differentiating from that, from this like a mode of business which have just come up. So my question was that, think of a situation where someone is now involved in a livelihood which was not even thinkable 10 years ago. Right?
online communities. There are various online communities which have developed after the smartphones. People are more into that clubs and
Yes and no, because that might be the case in the Indian context, but online communities are in existence at least, I would say, 50 years 1970s, the online communities are there. Just because the access to the network was limited, so access to the communities was also limited, but they existed, right? Let's stick to this thing. Let me ask a counter question. Can someone give me an example where a line of business or a type of business or a job has completely disappeared because of change in technology? Any idea? Any of you remember seeing the video cassette rental shops? They were all over the place. Do you find them now? Right? They're all disappeared. YouTube basically made video sharing just like a thing of past, right? A lot of people had their livelihood renting videos out there or DVDs out there, right? So what we need to see is that where are the opportunities, where are the challenges, and then how we deal with them. So let's look at the historical context in few cases, right? Printing press was one of the earliest technological change where people were really, really afraid. All kinds of people were afraid. There were two reasons. The creation of knowledge was supposed to be a very specialized thing earlier, not just in the Indian society, or if you go on the religious line, Hindu society or Christian society or Muslim society. It was limited to like very few people who were creating the information and also disseminating the information. If you go on the traditional Indian way, you need to go to a gurukul or a guru, and that was the only way. People thought that printing press means a lot of people or anybody can print a book. It would be a lot of bad information, misinformation. People who don't deserve will get the information, etc., etc. Now, tell me, like almost 600 years, 700 years after the printing press, was it a good thing or not so good thing? Right? Good thing. Yes. But was it misused? Yes, surely it was misused. Right? It was misused by a lot of different people. I don't know if you have interest in watching old Hindi movies. If you watch a Hindi movie 50 years ago, it would be not every movie, but every, I would say, third, fourth movie will be talking about printing fake money. So they will have like some blocks, which is the whole movie is about finding how to print the counterfeit money, right? So press was also the same way. It's a good thing, but there were a lot of bad things that were done earlier as well. Another biggest change in technology was Industrial Revolution. Around the same time, but it says 18th to 19th century here, but then depending on who do you think was starting, James Watt discovered steam engine. You could start from there, or you could start from when the pulleys were discovered, or two wheels were connected together, depending on where you want. Industrial Revolution, a lot of problems, but a lot of progress, the same way. Then we came in the late 20th century, the Internet revolution, which I guess almost everybody in this class can relate with. Many of you said Internet changed a lot. And I can tell you that it does change a lot, right? When I was in your seat 40 years ago, access to the latest research was next to impossible. It was just not possible. The research had to be published. It had to be printed as, obviously we required a printing press, in a journal. Our college had to be subscribing to that journal, and then it had to come in the library, and then you have to get access to it. MNNIT, at that time it was an REC, wouldn't even have money to actually buy all those journals. So you go to IIT Kanpur, IIT BHU, or IIT Delhi to really get hold of research which happened 5 years ago. Because by the time this whole thing happened, the world has already moved ahead. Not so today. You have access to latest research now. ChatGPT, when it was introduced, more or less at the same time you had access to it, right? When AOL introduced, how many of you have heard the name AOL? It was the first company which popularized email in US, America Online. When email was introduced, very few people in India had access to it. And actually, even those who had access to it couldn't even comprehend why or how it would be used. And I count myself one of those actually. I had email in 88. I passed out in 87 and 88. When the Hotmail, how many of you have heard of Hotmail? When the Hotmail came out, it was like early 90s. And I was thinking is that why would anyone need email? Because those who need it already have it. Why would anyone else need it? It was a problem because we didn't know what the world is doing outside. And because we don't know what the world is doing outside, you can't even think in terms of why they're doing things they're doing. Right? So, a lot of that goes in there. Either way, Internet Edge is already there. All right, so let's look at it. What is the Chat GPT? So, let's consider these three things: printing press, industrial revolution, Internet Edge, and then think of the Chat GPT. Where is Chat GPT now? So, one thing is clear. The usage of the Chat GPT has been much, much more quicker than any of the earlier technologies. 100 million users within few months. Right now, ChatGPT or some kind of language model is used by almost 1/3 of the human population. Billions of people are using it, right? Even more than what people are using WhatsApp. These models are using deep learning techniques, which we spent last 5-6 days on this. They have consumed all the data, text data at least, and a wide variety of the photos and images, especially those which have been digitized. So these models have become so powerful. I mean, you can think of any gurus or any sages, or maybe like they have becoming like, I don't know, Narad or Brahma or whoever you want to call it, because they have learned every electronically available information, text or images, right? So they are becoming really, really, really powerful. They have been designed initially for conversational applications like chatbot kind of thing, because that's what the whole idea was, that predict the next word. Natural language processing or NLP was the area where they were being used. But then now we are seeing that that use case is being expanded, right? So let's think about it. Where exactly this is going to take us from those three perspectives. I said social, economic, and political, and we're still talking about the social implications, right? So, what are the social implications of the other three things were? Printing press was very early, let's leave that aside. How about the Industrial Revolution? What societal changes happened because of Industrial Revolution? Anyone here who has interest in sociology or politics or economics? I'm sure you must have done something or the other in these areas, right? What were some of the most longer lasting or profound changes introduced in society because of Industrial Revolution? Come on.
Manpower.
What do you mean manpower?
More manpower required to run an industry. Gave more opportunities, job opportunities to people.
Do you appreciate the fact that the entire reasoning behind Industrial Revolution was that less men will be needed to do more work, right? That's what the machines were doing, replacing human powers.
Traffic and transportation by industrialization has become easier.
Transportation became easier. Yes, I agree. That's true. Sorry? Urbanization. So actually, I'm looking for the societal impact. So one of the societal impact that is long lasting was that the Industrial Revolution created factory towns. People from villages actually moved to where the industries were, or large industries were, and the towns started getting formed. So that's one, definitely one. What else? Yes, I mean, new knowledge is being built every time, so I would discount that. I'm just going to say that give me one more social implications if somebody can think of. Sorry?
Employment. The person.
Changes in gender roles.
Changes in?
Gender roles, like more females were also started working.
So that actually happened only in the last century, actually, anywhere. So yes, to that extent, but I would not count that because that was not led by industrial revolution. There were other causes for that. All right, so just because I think we got to keep moving, one thing that came out of it, and I was hoping that if any of you have done a bit of economics or sociology, then you would come back to it. Sorry? Cost of living decreased. Yes and no. Let's come to it when we talk about economic implications here, right? So let's just think of, so one social impact that it had, it might not, many of you may not have come across it, but if anyone did the economics and or sociology, you would probably know is that bureaucracy was basically an outcome of industrial revolution. Because you needed machines, you needed like workers and foremen, the managers, the entire concept of bureaucracy came out of the industrial revolution. And if I take it to political domain, the communism started because of industrial revolution, because it created, the industrial revolution started creating the classes. The people who were working versus people who were owning these machines, right? So those were some long-lasting societal change. Why I'm discussing it? Because you need to see, will ChatGPT do the same thing, or can it do it? What if it does that, right? So that's what we need to think about it. If we continue to look into the current state of the Gen AI, the models are becoming, I think we just looked at this slide, right? Okay, I think it's probably a duplicate. Not really. Yeah, all right, let's look at this one. This is where I want it to be. So, employment dynamics, one of you mentioned here. There's been a shift already to some extent, and it's a much more widespread than people thought it would be. Education is shifting. Hopefully, the health industry will shift. If you are a tax accountant or a chartered accountant, at some point of time, the way a chartered accountant works can also shift and or change. So there is a risk of a significant job displacement. The way we see it now, and this is not new. As I gave you an example of, if you were running a video cassette rental business, that business has disappeared, right? So not only the jobs will be displaced, there will be the businesses or professions that might get impacted one way or the other. There is I wouldn't call it research, but there is the speculation based on some model, up to 75% of traditional jobs will be impacted one way or the other. Not replaced, but impacted, how you do it. A couple of you gave example of lawyers, I think yesterday, teaching is definitely one. Anyone who's doing knowledge-related business or creation-related business will be impacted. Not necessarily replaced, but impacted. Make sense? What it also means that it would require a shift in the skill set those are needed. So I can tell you, say for example, in the IT industry, there's always a question mark, should programming be taught? At least in our colleges, in our institutes, we're saying that, is there any point teaching a programming language or programming? I mean, again, those are extreme positions, but already people are thinking that if you have co-pilots, if you have generative AI, which can write the program, why do we need programmers for? Right? So, again, these are extreme positions, but what I'm saying is that some way these jobs will be impacted. Some research says up to 75, or every 3 in 4 people who you meet, their jobs will be impacted. One person whose job will not be impacted is the guy who's doing ironing outside, because Gen I cannot do it, right? or someone who's doing your hair grooming, their job is still safe, but the other people's job would be impacted some way or the other, right? Other societal impact, misinformation and trust issues. Now, I'm not going to go into the detail. I talked about it, is that you're using to improvise your text, you have to think about everything that's coming to you. And then, should you trust it? Is the information in there correct? Is it someone's personal opinion, or is it an opinion expressed by a generative AI model, right? The key question, and this is where the interaction with the internet comes and makes it even more potent. So internet or smartphones, what they did was that access to the information and sharing, those two things were made easier. Now the creation comes in. You can create, distribute fake information, malicious content. So the technology can do a lot of good things, but it is now also making it or giving it people to do not so good things and do it on a very fast level, at a very accelerated pace, right? So that's always there. Another thing that's happening or can happen is amplification of biases. I gave you an example, which was not necessarily from India, where the ChatGPT, or at least the earlier version of ChatGPT, couldn't think of female doctors. The moment you change the gender of a doctor, it would say, okay, do you mean by a nurse? Right? That's what it's doing. Now that is a bias because it has consumed all the information which were out there in 1500, 1600, which is where traditionally the doctors were only male doctors. Female doctors worldwide are only a phenomenon in the last 100 years. Right? So the biases do exist. Every society make changes to overcome those biases, but the fact that Gen AI or these models have learned everything from the past, good or bad. So not only the biases will exist, they may get amplified. Now this brings up another question that we will come across towards the later part of the day. How do you overcome the bias? First of all, even forget about overcoming the bias, how do you even recognize the bias? Because if you don't recognize the bias, you can't really take measures to deal with it. Right? All right. So I've spent like last few minutes talking about all bad things about generative AI or the negative impact of it. Is there anything good? What is the best thing to happen to any individual at the individual level? Any idea? Okay, let me rephrase this. Not rephrase the question. Let me just try to kind of have you think about. Who do you think is the most, let's say, important person in your life? I wouldn't say in your personal life, but who you think in the worldwide is the most important person, influential person, successful person? One or two of you want to take some name? It doesn't have to be today or recent, historical figure included. Sorry? Anyone? Come on, you're like 25, 30 of you are here. Don't tell me that you don't have any heroes in your thought process, a person who you think was influential, successful, whatever adjective you want to use. Sorry? MS Dhoni, okay. Sure. All right, let's give two more names. Elon Musk, okay. All right. Who? Who? Who's? Okay, I don't know that person's name. You're saying? I can't comment because I don't know Alak Pandey. Alright, fine. Let's say J.R.D. Tata. Okay. Oh, not J.R.D. You're saying Ratan Tata. Sorry. Okay. Ratan Tata is too recent. All right. Okay, I just needed 3. That's fine. What do you think made them who they were? They were, right? No, Dhoni is still around. Musk is still around. Who they are or were, whatever the case may be. What's the single most important thing in their life that you think made them who they are or who they were? If you know their story. And I'm actually going to take it there itself. Before I move to the next slide, I thought I'll just give you a little bit of a starting, because I created a very gloomy picture of what the Gen AI is going to do. Yeah.
I think
Guts. Okay. Let me make it personal now. What's the most important thing in your life that made you who you are today, or you think will become in future? What's the most important thing? Willingness. Okay. Consistency. Okay, all good things. Let me tell you one most important thing that causes change, that causes everything else, and I would say that made all these people. Most important thing in your life is this. Doesn't matter whoever person you take it, if you ask them, how did you learn most, or when did you learn most? Do you learn more from your successes or from your failures? Right. So it's your failure that basically describes you. The reason I was going all over the place is that whatever negative we talked about is where we can improve on, right? Nothing new happens unless somebody fails somewhere. All innovations are caused by because someone somewhere failed and they said, oh, this needs to change, right? So whatever negative we talked about actually have opportunities for innovation. Every invention, every innovation, every discovery is because of failure somewhere. Okay? What you do not want is to repeatedly fail at the same thing. The failures are not bad in themselves. Failures are opportunity for learning. You learn most when you fail. Actually, one other thing I mentioned day before yesterday, Friday or Thursday, one key difference that has been observed. Humans learn best when they are making the most mistake. The LLMs are doing it the other way around. Once they fail, they continue to fail badly. So that's one thing where we know that they're not going to become better than us because we learn from failure, they don't. These models, at least up until now. Okay, so opportunities for innovation, everything that we talked about in society's term, there are opportunities for innovation, but those innovations won't happen on their own. People like you who are going to be in the workforce in the next 10, 20, 30 years, not my generation, but your generation, can make those changes, right? If you know what the implications are. Make sense? All right. Let's look at the economic implications. Now, many of you have already mentioned a few things about the displacement of jobs and those kind of things. We will look into 3 different aspects of it, and I'm going to run through slightly faster. Labor market disruption, majority of you have mentioned that. Productivity and economic growth, many of you have mentioned that, how it is basically accelerating or increasing the adoption and things like that. Implementation costs and savings, which is where I will probably focus a little bit more about it, right? So let's look at labor market description very quickly. Clearly, we have seen that tasks are getting automated. Some people will be displaced from their job in the sense that they may lose their job or their job may change the way they were doing. Higher wages workers, people like you and I, are at greater risk of job displacement compared to the lower wages worker. Someone who's making someone like a tea vendor is probably not going to be replaced or impacted by Gen AI, right? People like you and I are at higher risk. But then again, we are the people who can also influence its development and the societal changes. The lower wage workers might experience less immediate displacement, but eventually they will also be at risk, which is perfectly fine. I mean, the society is improving and this is what happens, right? Some of the industries which you think about, legal industry, one of you guys mentioned, financial services, professional services, all of those are at risk of being impacted one way or the other. Okay? On the positive side, there are suggestions that just because of the generative AI, the global GDP can grow anywhere from 0.4% to like 7% globally. Again, these are estimates. We'll have to see whether it happens. And also, it will be a questionable thing that how do you judge what portion of the growth is coming because of these models? But these are the estimates right now. Okay? The intent and the reasoning behind this GDP increase is that majority of the worker will give away the repetitive, mundane tasks and be able to do more meaningful, creative opportunities, creative tasks, which is really the argument that was made 20 years ago, 40 years ago when the automation was happening, computerization was happening, and it was indeed discovered. Now, again, let me ask this question. Anyone who has finance background or economics background, how do you arrive at that conclusion that it is indeed true that there's been growth due to automation or computerization? Any idea? All right. I mean, it's not relevant here, but I think if you're going, especially in the management, you need to think about how the GDP functions and then how do you calculate the factors that go in GDP. Basically, efficiency can lead to higher GDP growth. Actually, if you think about it, I didn't realize that I have a point here. The GDP growth happens in one of the two ways. Either the workforce increases or their efficiency increases. If you see that the growth in GDP is more than the growth in the workforce, it has to come from the efficiency, right? So that's how the economists kind of do their calculation that is the economy growing at a GDP which is sustainable? What would be sustainable GDP? If the GDP is growing at a larger pace than the growth of the workforce, then it's doing very good. So the workforce grew 2%, either because of population or anything else, and economy grew 3%, then it did better because 1% came from efficiencies which were created. If the economy grew less than what the workforce grew, that means either the workforce is not fully utilized or they're not efficient. So again, those are the things. So some of these calculations have come in from the perspective that if the Gen AI is able to increase the efficiency, it could potentially contribute 0.5% or 0.4% to the GDP and as large as 7% growth to the GDP. All right? How some of it will come? New business models enabled by Gen AI. I mean, we saw the new business models that were created by smartphones, apps like WhatsApp, mobile e-commerce, mobile payments, all of those things have created newer business models, right? Some of them will be related to customer operations. Some of them would be impacted by the marketing and sales. A couple of you mentioned about network marketing. I would say this entire influencer economy has come in purely because of the social apps, right? And many, especially if you think about the customer-facing industries, are highly relying on the influencer segment. It's not the only way they're selling, but they are definitely using influencers to their advantage. Research and development, new product development can also be impacted. We haven't seen many examples of this yet, but that can also happen, right? Let's look at the final point that I had there in the economics part is implementation cost and savings. Now, this is a very similar argument which I mentioned earlier between haves and have-nots. You have access to ChatGPT. What if your counterpart in your village who didn't get an advantage to come to an engineering college or even in I don't know, what other colleges are here? CMP, Ishwar, whatever the name you want to take, right? They may not have, everybody there may not have access to ChatGPT. So it creates have and have not. Same thing in the business world also. Access to these models is expensive. Okay? So not every business would be able to make use of it, which means that we need to think in terms of implementation costs. Some businesses which are able to utilize or have money or budget or finances to make use of it will get benefited much more than anyone else. Now one may argue that that happens with every technology. Yes, it does. But we are thinking about Gen AI, so we need to think through this part as well. Make sense? Right? Okay, so what we have done social implications and, okay, this should have been replaced to economic implications, but that's fine. Let's look within social implications now, the political aspects of it. What do you think is the political aspect of technological change? Can someone tell me how politics changes or politics is affected by technology change or affects the change of technology? Any idea? Come on, India had elections in 2024, right? Actually, half the world had elections last year. Was it impacted by Gen AI? Anyone?
Fake information about leaders.
Fake information, yes. So one of the things that was at least observed, I can't say for sure how common it was. Was it really very common or not that common? But there were instances of fake content, audio, video, whatever the case may be, that are out there. So if society is impacted, the politics is going to be impacted. So let's just think about it. What are we saying here? Political considerations, we can group them into two different parts: governance and policy making, and democracy and information integrity. The examples we just talked about were related to democracy and information integrity. There could be governance and policy making impacts as well. Okay? Anyone here who has a background in politics, either at undergrad level or any point? No? Anyone who's interested in politics? Yes? You have half your hand up. What's your interest, or what's your, yeah, let's say interest in? Okay, that's one part of it. So if you think about it, what is politics and why is it important? What is politics? How do you define politics?
Basically working for people.
Okay, that's one way of looking at it, but is there anything else? Other people who did not say anything about politics, what do you think when someone says politics? What is politics and why should you be concerned about it? Or why am I including a political consideration slide, and I probably have 2 more slides on this, in a Gen AI class? What is politics? Any idea?
Is it getting control over the population?
That's one way of looking at it. Yes.
Control it is a representation.
Representation is another way, but I think we are still trying to get to a definition.
Implementation of new laws and technologies.
Okay, it's getting better. Yes. So laws and regulations. So if you think about it, right? Man is a social animal, right? Has anyone heard this term before?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean by social animal? Evolutionary perspective, we say that we have evolved from apes or chimpanzees or whatever the case may be, right? At least in mythology, I'm aware of Hindu mythology. If you look into it, it goes from the the earliest avatara being in water, and then you go in the amphibious, then you go in like stage where there's a conception of monkey god or Hanuman, right? So we have evolved from being an animal. Why have we evolved whereas other animals have not? Because we are social, right? Did I mention this, a difference between, well, yeah, on the day one when we were talking about machines, that there are two things that these machines haven't yet figured out: greed and gossip, right? So the societies basically let you gossip about things, people, whatever it is. So we are a social animal, right? When you form a society, you need rules. Because if you do not have rules to govern the society wouldn't last long. As a matter of fact, I mentioned this guy named Yuval Noah Harari, who goes and compares between Neanderthal and the Homo sapiens and then comes up with a theory. He's an anthropologist and sociologist. Why Neanderthal did not survive, Homo sapiens survived. We are all Homo sapiens. Millions of years in the evolution, we are where we are today. And he says that because the Homo sapiens learned to form society, gossip about each other, Neanderthal did not. That's what his theory is, and his theory is right now very compelling. At least I would say very compelling. He's a very interesting guy. And by the way, he thinks that generative AI is not a good thing. So let me tell you that as well. He's not very positive about it. We'll talk about that some other day, some other time. Point I'm trying to make is that when you are evolving as a social entity or as a society, you do need rules and regulation to govern you. The next logical question is that who's going to make that rule? Okay? In the traditional societies, those rules were made by kings. If we have gone away from kings to more democratic representation, it's the politics that decide what rules should be made and who makes those rules. There are multiple ways to do the representation, so I'm not going into that, but that's is the democracy and information integrity. Because whatever way you choose as to who makes the rule and what rules need to be made, you need information. What rules need to be made is the governance and policy making. And who makes those rules is democracy and the elections and whatnot that's come in. Why should you be interested in it? Because your life is going to be impacted based on what rules are being made and who's making the rules. So it's not always necessarily a bad thing. So there are challenges in terms of rule making or policy making, challenges in regulating AI technologies, what these technologies can do, what they should not do, how to basically prevent the abuse of these technologies, right? Lot of different things that are in there that you should be concerned about as a Gen AI practitioner. Whether you are a developer, programmer, a knowledge engineer, or a prompt engineer, or whatever the case may be, whatever the role you might be in, you got to be concerned about who's making the rules, what the regulations are happening, right? On the final day, maybe on Friday or late Thursday, I'm going to devote an hour or so in about the current state of regulations in India. Before that, I'll talk about the internationally, how the regulations are happening. So we will cover some of these topics a little bit in more detail. There's a need for updated policies, even those the policies that exist today. So we have to make sure that those policies are designed in a way so that they are used in the direction or in the manner that these policies should be used so that there is no abuse, right? There is a possibility that AI-assisted policy making, right? If you are using ChatGPT to improve your essay or your communication, why can't the legislative assemblies use the Gen AI to write the laws? Theoretically, it's possible, right? And it's great. So there is a possibility of AI-assisted policy making. It can do a lot. It can help research. It can help summarize the situation. It can actually generate the surveys. It can do a lot of information. It can generate a lot of information that can become an input into policy making. It can help write rules. It can help generate the FAQs, case laws, whatever the case may be. There are a lot of stuff that the Gen AI can do, right? The other societal implications, especially around the information integrity in the democratic process, fake content. That is important because if you are generating content using AI which is not true, which is fake, which has been generated using malicious intent, that's what we have to be concerned about, right? How do you resolve that issue? Need to do a literacy program, digital literacy program. Train people that yes, you have access to a smartphone, yes, you can consume the content, but not everything that comes to you is necessarily true or genuine, right? So we need to train people about that. There should be some laws also which have implications for generating fake content, distributing fake content, or any of those kind of things. Those laws don't exist. They don't exist anywhere in the world. Different jurisdictions, different countries are trying to grapple with this and try to find out. Maybe technology solution where there are filters or there are some kind of bots. Maybe use the GIAN, discriminator technology that we have already created to identify if something is fake. That kind of technology is also being developed. Those kind of businesses are coming into play. Something like this which will give just like ISI certification. So they might give a certification saying that not generated by generative AI, right? Not generated by generative AI. Or this is, so I can give you an example, very similar, right? And you will see a similarity there, especially those of you who are from Banaras area will probably know it. Handicraft workers, weavers, right? So the weavers were manually weaving clothes. The Industrial Revolution created power looms. So you took something which was purely a manual task and mechanized it, right? Power loom basically created clothing or saris, for example, which were totally mechanized. And now you have the other side which says that handicraft, like how do you make sure that this is indeed a handicraft, not created 100% by a machine or by a power loom? You have certification basically. So there could be a business which could be coming in saying that not generated by generative AI. That means it's someone creative who has done it. So all kinds of businesses are coming. Threat to democratic representation. We saw this example of fake content being circulated. We have to train people, we have to educate people, we have to develop better skills to identify, realize, and accept that everything that's coming to you as part of social media, as part of content, may not be true, may not be correct, may actually be designed to disseminate wrong information, right? All right, let's continue on the societal changes now. Instead of implications, now I'm using the word changes. And we're going to go somewhat quicker on this because we have talked about it. Many of you are familiar with in the areas of education and skill development. We talked about healthcare and well-being yesterday, and I'm going to use, towards the end, spend some more time on healthcare and well-being. We discussed this yesterday as well. Let's see in terms of information access and creation, something that we were just talking about it as well. What exactly the changes that are happening in society because of generative AI in that area? One thing that is happening, which is a good thing, is democratization of content creation, right? YouTube together with generative AI now makes it possible for you to become a reporter. If you find something which is not right thing happening in your neighborhood, in your society, you can create a video and upload it. You're creating a content and uploading it. You may also be becoming like an artist. Fine, you're not using the brushes and colors and a canvas, but you're using your imagination and your understanding of prompt engineering so that you're asking generative AI to create imagery, to create graphic, to even write whatever you want to write. So content creation is getting democratized, right? I'm not a good author, let's say. I can't write poetry, right? But maybe I learn technique so that I can instruct the Gen AI to write poetry. I'm still being creative because it's my thought. It's just that Gen AI is helping me to write poetry because I'm not good at writing poetry, right? So it's democratizing the content creation. But now look at the other side. Because anybody can become a citizen journalist, what implications exist for journalism and media? How do you know that whatever content you're receiving has gone through the journalistic rigor or the process, the editorial process, or the process of ensuring the truthfulness of the information? Or have you looked at the other side of the story also? There are a lot of issues or implications that are out there for journalism and media, right? What are the other risks? Let me ask this question slightly differently. Has it ever happened to you that you missed an appointment, a class, or a train because you were too engrossed watching whatever the next, what is it called? Instagram? No. What is it called? Story? Sorry? Reel. Yeah. Has it ever happened? Yes, no, maybe? Right? So one of the risks that we are saying or implication is the risk of information overload. I mean, because you have access, easy access to so much information, A, you could get consumed by it. B, you may not be able to distinguish between the good information and not so good information. So there are all the risks, all the benefits that you mentioned that, yeah, I can go find the information, whatever I'm looking for. Now you run the risk of how do you figure out what's right and what's not right. Right? So those are also the risks that we are looking at it. Now, what can happen? Just like in the case of a movie, each movie get from the censor board a certificate, right? UA, like there's a classification. Maybe there's a business opportunity here that will start rating the content. Earlier I mentioned the rating the content by saying not generated by Gen AI. Now there might be something saying that there's a rating here which says that truthfulness index 60, that we can only guarantee that there's a 60% probability of this being correct. 80, 90, 100, right? Whatever the case may be. Think of it this way. Even in the industry like journalism and media, even today, there's some amount of credibility rating. You might say that if I get this from Times of India, I trust it more. If I get it from some no-name newspaper or no-name source, I don't trust it as much. It might be true, but it may not be true. So there is an implicit kind of rating that you assign it. You might say that I trust this person, my friend. If he has forwarded me something, I trust it. But if I get it from a person that I barely know, maybe I don't trust it, right? So there is a built-in mechanism to do this, but there is a possibility of having more and more businesses like this. Okay? All right, so we talked about social, economical, and political implications and issues or changes that are out there. Now, there's one more area that I want to talk about, which is ethical considerations. I mentioned the ethics of it in the first few days. What are the ethical considerations? Or what do you think are ethical or ethics related issues that are of relevance for generative AI? Come on. You all do a course in ethics, right? In undergrad or in anywhere. What do you understand when someone says ethics? What does it mean? especially those who are doing research, you need to be aware of everything that's around a very narrow area. Research is like a very interesting thing. You're going deep in one area, but you are expected to know its implications across the board on society, economics, politics, ethics, everything, right? So, couple of ethical concerns which are specifically around Gen AI, and we have talked about few of those: privacy and data security. I mean, they've always been there, but they will become more and more important for Gen AI because, why? Because theoretically speaking, these models have consumed all the information that's out there. That includes all the information about you, which is on the network. With your permission or without your permission. In some cases, you may not even know what does the model know about you, because no one knows that, and there's no easy way to find out. You can give it a try. You can ask the ChatGPT about yourself, saying that, tell me about what you know XYZ. It'll give you some answer. That does not mean those answers are correct. It does not mean it's being honest either, right? So you don't know. So privacy and data security. Bias and fairness. We talked about biases, okay? I'm going to be spending almost the entire lecture tomorrow on biases and overcoming biases. That's an active area of research that we are working on the generative AI. And a related aspect of accountability and transparency, which is what we're going to be talking about day after tomorrow. Accountability and transparency, or explainable AI, another very active area of research, XAI or explainable AI. Explain how you arrived at that conclusion, right? So, key ethical considerations around, we have touched many of these, but not in as much detail. Let's look at some of the challenges on privacy and data security. Just because it has access to all the data, that might include your criminal record, your financial record, your health record. Couple of problems, as I mentioned, we don't know what it knows. We don't know what it knows about us is correct or not correct or fake. We don't know how it's using our personal information. Is it using it in right way, or is it leaking it to the wrong set of people? There may be people, if you think about it, when the network came, along with it came the worms and the viruses. There might be people who are learning prompt engineering. Why? To write prompts so that the Gen AI can give information about an individual, their financial record, their health record, their business secrets, whatever the case might be. Prompt engineering is a tool. What was prompt engineering doing? It was letting you instruct the model to do it the way you want it to, whatever it does. Nobody stops someone from using the prompt engineering in the wrong direction. Reveal about people's individual information or personal information or secrets. It's possible, right? So, as the technology evolves, we have to be careful about the malicious actor. The people might be saying or instructing models to do the bad things. I mean, there have been instances where people ask ChatGPT to tell us how to create a crude bomb. People have asked ChatGPT to actually create a pistol. Do we have here at MNNIT a 3D printer? Has anyone seen 3D printers? Okay, now that's one difference actually. So at our place, basically the machine workshop that you have has 3D printers, right? So theoretically, people, what they did is that asked ChatGPT to write a program to print a pistol, and then put it into a 3D printer, and it produced a pistol. So what I'm saying is that if ChatGPT knows everything, all that is needed for someone to engineer a prompt correctly, and they can get it do bad things. Theoretically speaking, that's possible. So we have to be kind of aware of that, concerned about that. The potential for privacy breaches and data misuse, they are there. Active area of research. People are always trying to find out how to not let this happen. That's an important part of it. Before that, before detection, strategies for ensuring protection and user privacy. Again, a very active area of research. Couple of these things I'll talk about tomorrow or day after. Biases and fairness, the very important topic. I mean, most of the tomorrow I'll spend on biases and fairness. How do you make AI to not perpetuate or encourage the biases, either pre-existing or new? Because biases are always bad, right? How do you make an attempt to try and give equitable access to the benefits? Don't create the haves and have-nots, either individually or for companies or businesses. Another active area of research. This is something where we need to see whether the cost is equally borne by everyone, not that the people who have access, you and I, get benefited at the cost of those who do not have access, right? So that's another important part of it. Encouraging diverse representation and AI development. We will see some of these cases on biases tomorrow where AI are learning not so good things. I mean, AI is learning, and it's these biases you would see based on gender discrimination, based on the color of the skin discrimination, lot of different cases that have come in where these biases have been discovered. And what we will do have a look at it, what can we do to not perpetuate these cases? How do you make these things accountable and transparent? Attributing responsibility. So when the AI take an action, and I briefly mentioned it, but we're going to talk about this more tomorrow. If you are in a driverless car and an accident happens, who's at fault? Are you at fault? Is the programmer who wrote the code is at fault? Is the car company at fault? Who is at fault here? So there are a lot of challenges in attribution of responsibility for AI action. I gave you an example that AI is being used in judicial sentencing. So is the judge at fault who's following the instructions provided by the AI? Or the AI developer is at fault, or the person who provided the data, because there was some supervised learning here. Is that at fault? Is the data provided for unsupervised learning? If someone curated the data, is that person at fault? So we are still trying to figure out the responsibility for these AI actions as who is at fault. And think of it this way, a lot of it is politics, because as I said, who is deciding the rule is determined by politics. Governance is part of politics. So political issues as well. Explainable AI, I mentioned this. We will spend some more time in detail, like what are the latest status of research for explainable AI. There are two streams of thoughts. I think we'll cover it day after tomorrow, but that's another area. So if you think about it, I've already probably mentioned 30, 40 different areas which are impacted in terms of society, economic, political, or ethical implications of generative AI. Usually true with any technology. Why is it more important for Gen AI? Because the speed with which it is being utilized, right? More than 1/3 of the human population has access to these models, whether they use it or not. We are talking about like close to 2 billion people who have access to Gen AI. Everybody who has smartphone has access to Gen AI, right? So not only they can consume, but they can create things as well. Ethical and legal, for accountability, frameworks that don't exist today. So what could be these frameworks? We're going to talk about some of these frameworks internationally. Has anyone heard of the GDPR? So GDPR is a framework related to the protection of secrecy and confidentiality. We're going to talk about this probably day after tomorrow. This is from European Union. So you would see that there are a lot of efforts that are going on creating the legal frameworks. Legal framework is step one before you get to the laws and regulation. So legal framework does not necessarily only create law, it actually defines the responsibilities of each participant in the process. So if you think about it, you're protected by law, right? All of you are protected by laws. You know that, right? Only if you do your own part. So every participant in a legal structure or a legal framework has their responsibilities. If you do not follow your own responsibilities, or if you do not follow them correctly, there's no guarantee that you're protected by law. If you didn't do the right thing first place, you can't then hide behind a law saying that the law should save me, right? So we're going to look into those, especially around the ethical considerations that I mentioned, biases, fairness, and explainable AI in the next day or two. That is part of the future scenarios, long-term scenarios. Now, this is mostly speculative. Everything I spoke today was either part of something that's already discovered or actively being researched or worked on. This is a future scenario in terms of expectation of what can happen. What are the longer term social trajectories, policy recommendations? This is mostly in the realm of speculation right now. We are trying to get establishing the ethical guidelines, promoting individual cooperation. As I said, that every participant has to have some role in it. Education, reskilling, that's what is all happening in, I'll say not imaginary, but in the sense that in, I think the right word here will be projection in future, what can happen, right? Policy recommendation on transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. Biases and fairness are addressing inclusivity. Transparency is addressed by explainable AI. How many of you have heard this term called explainable AI? We're going to talk about it a day after tomorrow in more detail. So I'm just saying that what active area of research is addressing the responsible AI development. Transparency, accountability, GDPR is also handling transparency. It's actually defining the individual ownership responsibility. At least the laws in US now require companies like Facebook and Google, if they are using your images or your content for training their own models, what rights do you have? In the sense that if they are using your content, what legal protection have you got? What claim have you got? So all of these things are evolving. So there are efforts happening on transparency and accountability. Inclusivity is basically the focus of every research that's happening on biases and fairness. Okay? All right. So what we did, let me quickly summarize here. We kind of compared generative AI, that's focus of this course, with three major changes in the history. Printing press, industrial revolution, and internet. And then said, let's look at what the implications of those things were and how the Gen AI revolution is going to be impacted or will be impacting it. Okay? And then we looked into four different categories: social, economical, political, and ethical. In the sense that what could be the impact and what could be the ways to mitigate those impacts, especially around if somebody is misusing, misutilizing, or using it for wrong purposes. We looked at lot of different areas in each of these four sections: reskilling, training people, addressing areas related to privacy and security. And finally, what I mentioned was that related to ethics or ethical implications of what we are doing in Gen AI, I'll be focusing tomorrow and day after. So ethics, fairness, biases, explainable AI, or regulations like GDPR that are being utilized throughout the world. So that's what we are going to be looking at it a lot as an active research topics, right? And they deal with or they interact with some of the areas that we talked about business, finance, law, healthcare, roughly in those areas that we will look into it. Any questions? Yes, no, maybe. Come on. No? No questions? Yes.
I just want your thoughts. On Saturday, you have given some assignments to us. When I was working on that, and you have also sent an article on how GIAN is implementing in medical sectors.
Okay.
Healthcare IT.
Yeah.
When I was reading that article, and I also gone through some more articles, 2 or 3 more articles, and when I am making an assignment, one thought that stuck in my mind, that if somehow, I am not sure that it will happen or not, but somehow if right thought to overcome the humans, to surpass, to become greater than the humans.
Okay.
If AI has the knowledge of all the medicines, then and it is also writing the descriptions for patients, then maybe it gets the thoughts of killing the humans slowly. Maybe it is maybe it will just make the wrong description for the patients.
Okay. So, all right. I think you said a couple of different things here. And one thing I'll point out, I've probably already said it a couple of times here, and especially as you are progressing in your professional life, right? How succinctly and crisply can you express yourself will determine your level of success. So you have great question, but you brought in a lot of words and terms in there, right? So a couple of things I'll say. After the break, when we meet, we're going to talk about AI in healthcare in a little bit more detail for a couple of different reasons, because it's an important topic. It's an area of research where I am personally involved because of the healthcare related area where I'm actually working. So we'll talk a little bit more about it. So I'll answer a couple of your questions that what the healthcare can do. Let me just try to recollect and answer your question broadly, right? First of all, it's an active area of research as to how much does the these models know, right? There's no instances discovered or proven where LLM has discovered a medicine on its own. No. Yes, where we are is that we are discovering that no one told it that the relationship between king and queen is the same as men and women. It wasn't told explicitly, but it discovered that. So the knowledge space or semantic space that it's discovering is these kind of relationships. What it knows is only what the humans know, because all the knowledge that it has acquired has come from us. It hasn't yet reached a point where it basically can be said to have discovered something on its own, invented something on its own. Third part, right? I mentioned healthcare, we'll talk about it, this one. There are recorded incidents where a large language model, ChatGPT included, have threatened to kill. So that has already happened. The question is that, can it execute it? It's an open question. So you kind of frame the question that can it happen in future? But what I'm saying is that there are already recorded incidents. Many of them were actually controlled experiments, like a researcher trying to figure out. A lot of people are involved in researching the behavioral responses from a large language model. They are actually working the prompt engineering techniques to figure out. In a way, they're testing the boundaries, if you think about it. Can they twist the responses? Can they make it do what it is not supposed to do? A lot of it is actually training and finding out that can it learn the bad words, the cuss words, can it really do things like threatening people. So there are recorded incidents. I'll probably cover a few in the tomorrow or day after where ChatGPT or the other language models have threatened to kill people and or issue warnings to kill people. So that has already happened. There was one more component of your question. Controlling brain, I think you said something like that?
I was saying that if AI thought to kill humans.
Right. So that has already happened actually. Right. So that has already happened. As I mentioned that there is also recorded incidents where it actually tried to hire people to do the job that it cannot do. So theoretically speaking, it's possible that large supercomputers start hiring people who are available as mercenary and start killing people. Theoretically, yes, but those are the issues we are going to deal with in terms of fairness, the biases, the risks, trying to control them and talk about them tomorrow and the after. But good question. Anybody else?
How are they hiring? Like,
Who?
how are they hiring?
Oh, they figured out that you put a note on LinkedIn and people will send you a resume.
Oh, as someone else, like these guys.
If somebody posts a job saying that I'm hiring on behalf of Meta, or forget about Meta, XYZ companies, why not? See, you got to understand one thing. The day a chat GPT or a language model decides to fake something, it can fake things better than you can do. Right? So, all right. Any other question?
So I have a doubt, but
Yeah. Yeah.
may not be related to this.
Yeah.
Like when you were talking about the driverless vehicles and application of GenAI, and like you mentioned whose problem is like who is the responsible for accidents. So like does generative AI is going to help in modulation of insurance policies also for that particular type of vehicles and particular type of incidents?
So, theoretically speaking, yes. But not just the insurance policy, I think it's all the area about regulation. So let me give you an example here. How many of you have heard a company called (23andMe)? Anyone? So this was the company which can actually take your DNA and predict the future for you in terms of your healthcare, right? It's not that expensive actually. Occasionally, once in a year, they run a promotion where for $99 you can actually get your DNA examined. It will show your lineage. It will show if 23 refers here, by the way, to 23 chromosomes, because that determines your life. Right from your gender to whether you're going to have a cancer or not, whether you're going to have any other diseases, all of that. The question comes now is that 23andMe, what stops a health insurance company to get access to this data and then say that I know you're going to get cancer in 3 years from now, I'm not going to insure you, I'm not going to issue a policy. What if your employer get to know this and say that, all right, that's an indication for me. He's already pouring the tea. Okay, all right. So what I'm saying here in the sense that, these are kind of things in the sense that what we are saying is that what do you do to regulate so that, I mean, these are not even the bad people. An employer may want to know that if I'm investing in you and training you and grooming you, and you're not going to be available, but these are ethical questions in the sense that should it be known? Or should you be penalized for something that you have no control on? I mean, if you have a chromosome which makes you vulnerable to, let's say, cancer, there's nothing you could do to do one way or the other. Should it be held against you by an employer, by an insurance company, by anyone? Right? These are the ethical questions. Okay? All right, why don't we take a break? When we come back, we'll spend a little bit more time on the healthcare and insurance and some of these topics, right? Not insurance, healthcare related items, right? And think of a question if you have a question. None of these questions have right or wrong answer right now. These are all just the discovery and discussion. Okay, so 11:35. Let's meet at 11:55. Okay.
Just let me, yeah.
All right, I've already reached 2019. All right, let's get back to what we were trying to do. I'll try to find two videos, one that robotic delivery I mentioned, which is already happening, and then the driverless cars, which are already running on the roads, to get an idea of what the Gen AI or machine learning can do here, right? Okay, all right. So what are we going to talk about now is we're going to look at, especially in the healthcare systems. A couple of you were asking me what my area of interest right now is. Healthcare system, using AI in healthcare system, which is what I'm currently mostly focused on. So having said that, this is not my work, what I'm showing you more like a state of art that we are having today, where the research is going, where the opportunities are, what the challenges are. Probably in the next 10-15 minutes, we're going to talk about that. And then we'll move on to, how many of you are following the Google class that's out there? All of you are, right? So there's a case study that I posted there, and there are two sets of questions. Just look into it and see it. Obviously, it's not technical in nature. It's more of the area or the topics that we are covering today and the next 2 days, which is really the social, economic, political implications, focusing on the biases and fairness in the process. So that's out there. Have a look at it. If you have questions, I mean, there's no right or wrong answers, actually. It's really an analysis which is invoking understanding or invoking more questions or curiosity, leading to some more research and things like that. So that's that. Let's just spend maybe about 20 minutes or so roughly trying to see where we are in the healthcare system and use of AI in healthcare system. As I mentioned, that's my area of interest right now. Not that this is describing my work, this is just describing the current state. Okay, so a couple of things I'll mention here. When I say healthcare system, the healthcare systems vary significantly from country to country. So what you encounter as a healthcare system in India may be different from what's it in Europe, what it is in Canada, and what it is in US. So a few things are common, or at least similar. Processes and the businesses and the system per se could run differently. None of you are doctors here or medical person, but then I'm sure you all have interacted with the healthcare systems, right? So feel free to apply what you know about it. Having said that, majority of the work in the research as it happening relates to the healthcare systems of that country. So if the Europeans are doing some research, they are focusing on the healthcare on their side, etc., etc. That does not mean that it's not transferable, i.e., if something new has happened in one country, eventually it will find its way internationally. Now, there is a possibility that these companies or these systems may not be ready for it, right? And I can give you a very simple examples, right? How quickly India adopted e-commerce, right? Pretty fast. How quickly you saw an Uber being replicated, like a Ola here, or Airbnb with Oyo here, or Amazon with Flipkart here, right? ChatGPT is here today. Couple of you want to build your own LLM. India hasn't yet built its own LLM because it's not easy, it's very expensive, right? You haven't seen, I haven't seen yet anything that is happening in healthcare system being replicated here or even copied here. The healthcare system is very, very, very old or very archaic in this country. It's, let's put it this way, it's distributed, there's no consistency, it's diffused, not much of regulation, not much of monitoring or control. So a lot needs to happen here, right? But having said that, let me just tell you that where the research is happening in AI in healthcare systems, right? It's not new. The earliest recorded incident that I can lay my hands on is a system called MySyn, and it's interesting. It's funny actually. I mentioned to you that our batch, and this is what I was telling a couple of juniors from here, our batch was the first batch which forced this college to start teaching a subject or a course. Now, when I say a course, actually I'm using the American terminology. A subject is a course there. So it's not that you're doing a BTech or MTech as a course. That's a degree. Every subject that you take is a course. So from that perspective, the first course on AI was taught in 1987, spring semester or semester from January. The person who taught that course, she was a young lecturer at that time. Now she's retired. I was communicating with her last night itself. I basically told her that I'll take your name because you were the first one who taught this course. And so in that class as well, the textbook that we followed had this system called MySyn. So it's not new, it's been there, and it was in the textbook at that time. And actually, you got to imagine that the textbook was available here in Civil Lines in one of the stores. I mean, obviously they follow because they were told that this textbook will be used, so it was available. Okay, so late 70s, MySyn was a program which was used to track infections. It's very interesting, actually. The infections is something that's one of my earliest area of work, and I was telling a couple of you that was GIS. The GIS were also used to track the waterborne disease. It was the very first instances of where maps were used. Waterborne disease, I'm saying, but it was cholera in England, in London specifically, where they used the maps or spatial data, the concept of spatial data, to track down what was the source of cholera or the waterborne disease by mapping the incidents as they are reporting and getting down to, I think, 2 or 3 wells where the water was contaminated and was spreading cholera. So from there, from figuring out bloodborne infections by the AI or waterborne infection by the spatial data, the current research is trying to do a couple of things. Opportunities for AI, in the sense what the AI can do. Challenges, I mean, those things are very similar to what we have seen in the first half, where we talked about the social, economic, political, and ethical issues. There we are saying is that what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and if there are any recommendations that we can do. All right. So let me describe a general incident of someone coming in contact with healthcare system. This may be very similar to what you see here as well, so you should be able to relate with it. Generally, what happens in any kind of a health situation, you have a diagnosis, you have a network of providers, doctors, nurses, and the other areas which may be doing something or the other. There's logistics involved. The logistics could be as simple as that, transporting patient from one place to the other. It could be as simple as that, preparing for a test or some kind of other examination. Rehabilitation, if a person has gone through some kind of surgery or some kind of prosthetic installation or prosthetic enhancement, it might require some rehabilitation. When I say prosthetic enhancement, like knee replacement surgery or something of that kind, where you need to train your muscles again how to walk. Communication, in the sense that anyone who is providing you support or healthcare, communication between them, actually providing healthcare, treatment, and any of the other services. Now, these are some of the areas where any action related to healthcare is focused on. You can't read it. Unfortunately, it's very small, but these slides will be available for you, right? So you can have a look at it. What we are saying is that there are three distinct areas: diagnosis, care, and logistics, and then what the challenges are, in the sense that what you can increase in each of these areas. COVID-19 or a pandemic, how it affected or impacted what can be done, and then how AI solutions or opportunities are being utilized. So, for example, for diagnosis, there are decision-making tools where the AI is being helpful, both generative AI or even before that. If you think about it, expert systems that we talked about, something that was a direction like 20, 30 years ago. Expert systems are being still utilized to do all kinds of diagnosis. The diagnosis could be interpreting the radiology results to interpreting any kind of imagery. In a way, it's no more different from if you are interpreting imagery from remote sensing or you are interpreting imagery from an X-ray scan or a CT scan or any other kind of scan, right? Care. On the care side, couple of different things are happening. How many of you have heard laparoscopic surgeries? Right? So laparoscopic surgeries are two kinds of surgeries. One are camera assisted, but still is a human who's doing a surgery, or a robotic surgeries as well. So that's one area where AI or machine learning is helping out in taking care of the patients. The robots are also doing a lot of care quality things, in the sense that not so here, but like if you are in a critical care unit, the robots are replacing a lot of routine things that a human nurse might be or human care provider might be doing. That is also a possibility that the robots are being utilized for. A lot of logistics related information. It could be in terms of making suggestions, especially in the emergency care, when someone comes in, prescribing an immediate plan of action, provided the past history is available. Robots are, the artificial intelligence and the machine learning systems are being used. So that's like a current state of art, if you want to think about it. There's another area of research that is suggesting, in the sense that helping out doctors, because the doctors have huge workload everywhere, right? So how can you use the AI or machine learning to help them? Very similar to if you have a brain scan, the brain image segmentation is being done by ML techniques, feature extraction is done by. So what is happening here is that you're not replacing the doctor, or the machine is not replacing the doctor, but helping the doctor by identifying features, by identifying the images or the significant area of the images or relevant area of the images, by doing a feature extraction and comparing it with the past knowledge, and then identifying that, is there a risk of Alzheimer? What's the progression of the Alzheimer? The intent here is that if a doctor was spending 15 minutes studying the image before the machine learning intervention, instead of 15, now it's 5 minutes. So efficiency is increased by 300% roughly, right? So that's another way the AI and machine learning is being used. If you continue to look into the other aspect of the AI, very similar. Anywhere you're using AI and machine learning, you got to look at the legal issues and ethical issues. A lot of these issues are exactly same: privacy, mitigation of bias, transparency, relevance, right? Because any time you say a model has been trained on the past data, the issue of bias comes in, fairness comes in, issue of transparency and privacy comes in, because if the patient information is shown to a model, it's an issue, right? In Western countries, the health information is very private information. So it is always a culture shock when you go there. My brother-in-law came to US and he was surprised to see, you go to a doctor here, you talk to the doctor in front of 10 other people who are waiting, And while you're waiting for your turn, you're talking and everybody's talking. Not so in US basically. You and a talk with your doctor is personal. So no doctor will see you or talk to you in front of anybody else. So it's pure personal information. If you're feeding it to a model, you are in a way giving away control because you don't know how and where the model is going to use it and can it be stolen, etc., etc. The legal issues are all related with governance, liability, accuracy, decision making. If a machine is making a call that your Alzheimer is progressing, what if it's wrong? Same issue that I raised about the driverless car are the issues here as well. Having said that, there have been a lot of accidents where someone was monitored by machines. Now, those actions or that incidents or accidents may have been caused by bad algorithm, bad sensors, bad machines, all of different cases. As a matter of fact, in one of the courses that I teach on software design, an entire section is about these medical devices and issues in medical devices and how they are being governed. I follow a book. If any of you are interested in that, there's a book written on these incidents that have happened, fatal incidents, where either the algorithm made a mistake or a device made a mistake or a combination of that. You're being monitored by a machine and then machine made a mistake. Whose fault is that? Or you're being monitored by a machine that's regulating, let's say, amount of insulin sent to you, and it sent a wrong dose, which turned out to be fatal, right? So there are a lot of issues related to governance, liability, decision making, as who's responsible if the machines are failing. Is it the person who was supposed to monitor? Is the person who's supposed to administer? Is the manufacturer who made the machine? Is the person who wrote the program? We don't know yet. So a lot of issues are out there that we are trying to yet work on and figure out as to where we are going with it. Okay, now next 3 slides are basically going to talk about active area of research which are happening one way or the other. So personalized individual treatment, that's a very active area, right? Now think of it, this is something which only a rich society can afford to, right? In a country like India, I mean India it's like a middle power now. I mean people have better lifestyles, but still there are probably going to be very few people who are willing to pay for individualized medicine, but that's an area based on lifestyle, past history, environmental consideration. Call it designer drug. Designer drug has been used for multiple purposes. Not all designer drugs are individualized drugs, but that's an area of research. Genomic information. Now, the genome databases that are still being constructed, massive databases which basically figure out how the genomes function and then how proteins fold. Can we combine the two things together and then figure out based on your genomic history, is there a medicine that can help you better than the other one? A very active area of research. Simple, basically cost calculation, 101 of finance. Large hospital systems, especially like a private systems, because majority of the hospitals in US and then the West are private systems. Here also you have a lot of large private systems, right? Apollo or some other big names, whatever, I can't think of right now, but there are big hospitals in Delhi, for example, right? How do you reduce the cost? Now the cost of providing service, the cost of basically maintaining the facility, again the AI is being used here. It could be used for scheduling, as simple as scheduling. It can be used for as simple as communicating with patient. It can be as simple as then reminding people to take medicine. Any of these things are being utilized here. Predictive analytics. One of the key financial measurement of effectiveness of hospital is what is known as readmission rate. Okay, and let me give my personal anecdotes here. 40 years ago, 45 years ago, especially in a small town where I am from, going to hospital was like a terminal action. I mean, we had a hospital which had a reputation, at least in our extended family that if somebody goes to that hospital, the person is not coming back. Not necessarily it's the fault of hospital, it's the fault of us as well, that we were going to hospital only when someone has reached almost terminal state, right? So the healthcare was not necessarily a preventive action. Healthcare was more or less as a response to something bad that has already happened. That may have changed now, that may be changing now. Advanced societies treat healthcare as preventive action. And the preventive action starts from, let's say, taking vaccination, that's a preventive action, to regular health checkups, to the testing that can figure out something bad which is not going to worse. So things have changed from there. Healthcare is no longer just the managing the worst case scenario, which used to be the case earlier. I gave that anecdote now, but what I'm saying now, basically, in US, one of the measurement of effectiveness of a hospitalization visit is called readmission ratio. What they're saying is that what's the likelihood that a patient, after being discharged from a hospital, is going to come back in 7 days, 15 days, 3 months. So that's how they determine how effective the medical intervention was. If someone is back in the hospital within 1 week, something is not right. 15 days, not that great. 3 months, maybe okay. So that's how the effectiveness of the intervention by the medical staff is being measured here. So that's basically doing the predictive analytics, in the sense that the AI is being used to determine when somebody is being discharged based on their history, how likely is this person to come back to hospital within a week, 2 weeks, or 3 months, right? So that's where AI is being used. AI can predict interaction between different chemical compound and biological target. So in the sense that now one of the thing, there are drugs which are generic, there are drugs which are only dispensed by a pharmacist. Now the pharmacist looks at your history, other drugs that you're taking, and compute or figure out that there are any interactions which you should take or should not take. That's an area which has been very actively being handed over to AI, so that the AI can figure out that you're taking these medicines, you have this history, you shouldn't be taking this medicine, or if you're taking this medicine, you shouldn't be doing this, for example. So, and it could go as far as, for example, how many of you know grapefruit? You know grapefruit, right? So I take a medicine, but then I get a report saying that while I'm on this medicine, I'm not supposed to take grapefruit. So with the systems which are going to that extent, can actually tell you that forget about the medicine, there are other things which you can or should not take, right? There is chatbots which are now being utilized, not very, what would be the right word? Not very commonly used, because chatbots have not yet replaced the doctor. Forget about doctor, haven't even replaced the nurses, but they can offer basic advices. Now this is an area where the ChatGPT is being actively utilized. Can we create the health bots which can be used by people who have questions? One of the startups that I'm working with actually is in this area for people, as I mentioned earlier, intellectually or developmentally disabled. For their use case, can we have a chatbot that can basically really help with? Another area of not research, but the active implementation that we have is a couple of you had the digital me or something like that. So digital companion. So what we are doing, this is not necessarily a problem in India right now. This is again a problem of more affluent society. This could be happening here or might be happening in the next 30, 40 years when you guys are out there. No longer there are joint families. The parents are not living with their kids in a way. So what is happening in America and the other affluent society is that a lot of time the parents, especially if only one of them is remaining, they're living a life in isolation basically. So one of the applications that we are working on is creating a digital companion. creating a history. One of you were talking about earlier is that can it recreate the historical figures? What we are trying to do is that preserve the memories of near and dear, because once they are gone, but we're basically working on a digital companion so that they can log their memory when they can, and then kind of keep them together so that you can revisit when you want to do that. Now again, this is not truly a healthcare thing, it's healthcare social, but that is happening as well. There's research which is going on to deal with the privacy concern. How do you want to share your information but not share your information? I'm going to talk a little bit about either tomorrow or day after a concept called differential privacy. Has anyone heard of the term differential privacy? So we'll talk about a little bit. This is not necessarily an AI or machine learning related topic. This is really more relevant to encryption and blockchain related, but because it relates to healthcare, I'll cover a little bit the differential privacy as a response to privacy issues for large language models. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Very active area of research right now. Electronic tools like telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, all of those are happening even now. I mean, they're not necessarily that active, but you think about it, the monitoring devices exist, right? There was a snowfall where I live in New Jersey, right? How do I know? I mean, obviously I know the reports, but I have cameras that I can see what happened there. I had 2 deliveries, so I could see that, okay, somebody came in, the camera is actually monitoring the movement, and then as it sees the movement, it identifies that there's an AI there, it identifies it's a human. So it wouldn't trigger or let me know if, so there are 2 very common animals around us, basically the deer, which is a huge problem. There are like hundreds of deers around us. There are rabbits, there are foxes, there are all kinds of things. So the AI is in play where it won't trigger me if 3 deers ran by. Let's ignore. It will identify if there is a human walking, then it will indicate that someone's there. It'll take the picture, it'll show the video, what the person did, etc. So all of that is happening. So the remote patient monitoring is happening. There are patient monitoring of both sides. So what I described the use case was it was monitoring the movement, right? For the patient, let's say somebody's parent is living outside. They're not monitoring the movement. They're monitoring lack of movement, because they want to discover that something bad has happened and the old person is not moving around. So there are sensors which are actually monitoring lack of movement. So a lack of movement for, let's say, during the daytime for 3 hours will trigger. It will send the emergency services, the ambulance to the place saying that there has been no activity in 3 hours, in the last 3 hours. So there are both kinds of sensors, those which monitor movement and those monitor lack of movement. Then a couple of other areas in the sense that decision making, trying to estimate the amount of error and the impact of amount of error. Technical and regulatory hurdle for data sharing, differential privacy actually, or the solution for differential privacy work in that area as well. That's an active area of research. Performance also is an important one. Not that active right now, primarily because majority of the things that I'm talking about are in the research stage. They're not necessarily all put in practice, but model performance is going to be an important part of it. Confidence, I think the transparency of the explainable AI that I mentioned earlier. So very common active area of research. As a matter of fact, actually, I came across a paper just last night. It was published in November. I got a copy. Actually, I'll upload it into Google Classroom if any of you are interested in AI in healthcare. So it's just talking about AI in medicine and AI in healthcare. All right. Any questions? Yes, no, maybe?
Can the AI replace doctor to neck replacement?
replace the doctor to do what?
Neck replacement of human body.
Net replacement.
Neck,
Oh, neck.
yes,
Why specifically neck?
because it's much complicated.
I mean, everything is complicated, right? So there are a couple of things actually. I mean, if you think about it, right? I'm not sure how to answer your question, but let me give you some examples based on some of the subjects that I teach, right? One of the subjects that I teach is really about teaching undergraduates, third year or fourth year students, how to do research and make a presentation, right? So one of the topic which is there, I mean, I would say two topics which are very common. One is the game design, because video game design in a way, because that's an active area of research and a lot of new technologies coming out from there. And the second one is virtual reality that we haven't talked about. Now, if you think about it, virtual reality is combination of mechanical information plus also the AI. Because in virtual reality, you are using sensors and you are processing a lot of data and you're doing some of the things that I talked about, which is search in some space, right? So one of the topic that is very common is use of virtual reality in rehabilitation. So one of the area I mentioned is rehabilitation here. So as part of rehabilitation is the hand-eye coordination, reconstructing hand surgery. It's not been used for knee yet, but hand, yes, and neck, yes. So if something is gone on neck, it requires a lot of rehabilitation surgery. So virtual reality is being used there in the sense that rather than somebody telling you to do it this way, you are put into a virtual environment and you follow the instructions in a gamified format. And then really speaking, you're playing a game. You means a patient is playing a game, but in a way, we are exercising the muscles for rehabilitation. So that is being done. Are we replacing doctor? We're not replacing doctor even for a simple thing yet. There, if you were there when I was talking about all of it, that there are other research like imaging, helping in the imaging, feature segmentation, trying to give suggestions about these kind of things. Those are happening. I don't think we're there yet. Forget about the doctor, even 100% replacing nurse. No, not yet. Which is a good thing, I think. Right? Did that answer your question? Okay.
Sir, in previous slides you told that AI is in medical healthcare, that we can use it as a consultant. Like if we have some symptoms, we can ask that. But whether it is going to create a havoc, like we say that if we search symptoms on Google and it is going to say that you have cancer.
Yes, I mean, that are the questions we are talking about, the legal questions in terms of the ethical questions. What if it gave you wrong information? Who's responsible for that? And we're going to talk about some of these issues tomorrow. Is it the person who gave the data? Is it the person who was supposed to monitor? Is it the programmer who made the mistake? Like who? So some of these are open questions. Any other question? Okay, if not, then we're going to talk about AI ethics tomorrow. Fairness, biases, things like that. I'll probably upload that paper, the healthcare one. A couple of you who wanted to know about the GIS thing, I'll see. If not tomorrow, the day after, we'll talk about it. I'll try to find the two videos, which should be there somewhere, either on my phone or on my laptop here. One, I'll try to show you the robots that are replacing people in hospitality industry, and a driverless car, basically, which is a video sitting inside the driverless car and it's driving. So, all right. Any questions at this time? Otherwise, we're going to stop, or at least I'm going to stop here. Then we'll see if Professor Sahu has something else planned for you. Any questions? Yes, no, maybe? Okay, the singularity, as I introduced earlier, right? Singularity is a concept where a person says, Ray Kurzweil is his name, when the machine takes over, or when the machine become if not more than as intelligent as a human being. This person thinks that singularity is going to happen. Not everybody thinks the same way, but then again, 10 years ago, we did not think where we will be today, that we are today. So it could happen. It might be happening soon. We don't know. What consequences? I mean, listen, there could be any consequences if you think about it. It all depends on what are we doing to stop having those situations. If everything is connected, if a sentient AI can have access to Pentagon's systems, it can create a nuclear war, it can stop the planes from flying, it can do whatever it wants, it can stop the trains from running. I mean, they're all connected, at least in our part of the world. So if somebody has access to bad things, things can happen. They are all doable. They're all doable. They are being done today. One of the class that I teach, and again on the software architecture side, where security is a concern, how many of you have heard of this thing? Anybody who has done the cyber security or any of those kind of thing? Stuxnet was a worm. You know worm? Worm. WORM. Sorry? No, it's a kind of virus. I mean, virus and worms are the same thing. Stuxnet was a virus that was used by CIA to infiltrate into Iranian nuclear installation. It sat there for a long time, and it basically disabled their entire system. So all of these things are happening. They're happening in war. They're happening in very controlled environment. So if that can happen from remote, anything is possible. Anything is possible. And that's where all the issues that we're going to talk about tomorrow, ethics, the biases, the fairness, the shareability of the data, the responsibility, the regulation, they all come into play. Right? Okay. Any other question? Yes, no, maybe? All right. So we stop here, and then we'll talk about the ethics tomorrow, and then I'll just, as I mentioned, try to answer the GIS research thing, and then a couple of videos if I can find them. The slides for today, I'll upload them in. Okay, great. Thank you.